Good evening. Good evening. I believe we're at the point where... Well, can I look at it here? I see you can review your orders before the mission. Yeah, so... when the campaign points get to 0, gives you the end game mission. If I'm successful here, if we save Larsholov one more time, then it should give us the end game mission right after this. So... my crew's like almost halfway to... They are experts, let's be honest. TMA is 110%. Self-noise is down by 2 decibels. Signal noise from speed down 10%. Come on now. Come on now. This will get up to 25, I think. At max level, I guess. And this will be, what, 5 decibels? But I don't think the campaign is ever long enough. Although, as I was... Wait a second. The bearing changed. Did you see that? It says 312. Weak surface duct. Weak thermal layer at 185. The conditions are the same. The bearing has changed. Our course has also changed. Very interesting. Very interesting.
On sonar, new contact bearing
305.
0, designated Sierra 1.
Well, that's a very different direction, but okay.
On sonar, new contact bearing 154, designated Sierra 2.
Make depth 3. Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, Sierra 1 is classified as escort. Con sonar, Sierra 2 is classified as
That's
escort.
a merchant of some kind.
Con sonar, new contact bearing 150, designated Sierra 5. Con sonar, new contact bearing 148, designated Sierra 6.
No.
Con sonar, new contact bearing 185, designated Sierra 7.
This is not a Sverdlov again.
Con sonar, Sierra 5 is classified as capital ship. Con
That's
sonar,
probably
Sierra
it.
6 is classified as merchant. Con sonar, Sierra
2 comm
7
signals.
is classified as merchant.
Some of those might be wrong, but I got the warships, which is the important part.
Con sonar, lost contact. Sierra, come left to 114, helm I.
So 1 Riga, which is the shitty one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they're the one
Sonar regained contact
the
on Sierra 1,
actual
bearing
worst sonar in the game.
161.
Con,
The
at
Kotlin,
300
however,
feet, dive by.
don't tell me they both have the worst sonar in the game.
Con sonar Sierra 5 is classified
Oh,
as
shit.
merchant.
Okay, that is not a comsomol, that is
Con sonar lost contact.
Norwegian
Sierra 1, last
merchant.
bearing 162. Contact faded.
Very well.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 162.
Yeah, I guess the Kotlin also has the shitty sonar. RB 2500. It's a lot quieter. And twice as large.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last
It has
bearing
more modern air
163.
defenses.
Contact faded.
But other than that, it's pretty much the same. Other than almost everything except for its anti-submarine capability.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 163.
But that's all that matters to me. 10 knots faster and it might take 2 torpedoes instead of 1. Those are the only actual differences as far as I'm concerned.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 163. Contact faded. Con helm, steady course.
Alright.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 164. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 165. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 166. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 167. Come right to 146, helm I.
What
Con
weapons do I
helm,
have?
steady course.
20 Mark 37s. 2 Mark 45s. If we do get the final mission after this, I don't really want to have to go and reload. But I don't really...
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 183. Contact faded.
I don't really need the Mark 45s for submarine encounters, which is what the last mission is. But will be useful. But with these shitty sonars, I could take care of these guys with the Mark 37s. Is what I'm getting at.
Con sonar, come right to 183.
Or are we anyway?
helm I.
So they're pretty much heading
Con
west,
helm, steady course.
out in the North Sea. Clearly not landing in Oslo. Then. These guys are going, what, 16 as usual?
Make turns for 10 knots. Maneuvering I.
I mean, they won't hear if I fucking
Make turns for 2. Con sonar.
do this
we are
shit.
cavitating.
Make depth 450
So.
feet, dive by.
Con sonar lost.
Make depth 500 feet, dive by.
Con sonar lost contact. Con sonar, no longer cavitating.
Con, dive at 500 feet, dive by.
Con, maneuvering, making turns for 2-6 knots. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 2-0-2, contact faded. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 2, bearing 2-0-9.
The main problem with the Mark 37s when it comes to these guys,
Regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 2,
it's just
0,
the speed.
7.
But they do slow down to
Con
listen every
sonar
now and then,
lost
which
contact.
helps,
Sierra
of course.
2, last bearing 2-3-1, contact faded.
But then they sprint at 23
Con
knots,
sonar
which is
lost contact.
only
Sierra
3
2,
knots
last
slower
bearing
than
2-3-7, contact faded.
my torpedoes, so...
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 2, bearing 2-4-2. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 2-2-5. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 2-2-7.
Ocean's
Con
flickering
sonar
again.
Con, less than 50 feet below the keel. Make depth 450 feet, dive by. Con, dive at 450 feet, dive by.
Come right to 233, helm aye.
Now he's sprinting at 28 knots. What's the Cotland doing? 17?
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 2, last bearing 2-5-4, contact faded. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 2, bearing 2-5-6. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 6, bearing 2-5-0.
I think it's gonna continue to get shallower here.
Con sonar
I
regained
mean, most of the way to the edge of the map
contact
before I
on
even catch
Sierra
up to him.
3, bearing 2-4-1.
Yeah, it's gonna get even shallower.
Come right to 242, helm aye. Con sonar new contact bearing 241, designated Sierra 8.
Rig shift for ultra quiet.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 5, bearing 258.
The first 3 lines say Spheric Bluff.
Con sonar
Seems like that
Sierra
might be what it
8
is.
Classified as capital ship. Come right to 242.
It's not my
helm aye.
objective, but
Make turns
That's... Nope, not the Sverdlov. It's a fucking... Almgamima. However you pronounce that. Almganima.
Sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 2. Con maneuvering, making turns for 2-6 knots.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come up.
Recon sonar, we are cavitating.
Make depth 400 feet. Dive by.
I think it's gonna get even shallower still. But I don't want to slow down because... I need to catch up with these guys before they're off the map. I mean, if we're cavitating, we're cavitating. We can come up more.
400 feet.
It's fine. We did lose the layer as well, though.
Come right to 244 helm I.
So
Con helm.
I'm cavitating 14,000 yards away. And they have me at -11. I'm in the baffles of the Collins, so...
Make depth 300 feet. Dive by. Passing 300 feet.
Well, at this point, the depth doesn't matter. Could be cavitating anyway. And there's no layer, so...
Make depth 200 feet. Dive by. Con, dive at
Come right to 248 helm I. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 247. Contact faded. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 248. Contact faded.
-6 on the Riga. Shit. Collins turned.
Come right to 254 helm I. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 255.
Well, I mean, I guess I should be pulling up
Come right to 284 helm I.
behind the Riga, because they're
Con sonar lost contact.
further
Sierra
behind.
1, last bearing 255. Contact faded. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 252. Con sonar new
ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, no longer cavitating. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 4, bearing 256.
Match on this third love again.
Con sonar,
Why not?
Sierra 9 is classified as capital ship.
Why not? I'll put it in.
Make con sonar, we are cavitating. Con helm, steady course. Con sonar lost contact.
It is.
Sierra 3, last bearing 0.
Never mind.
7, 0. Contact is in the baffles.
Another Amguema. Amguema. Amguema?
Con maneuvering, making turns for 2, 6 knots.
So there are a lot of ships here. Like this. There's only one, but that's still 6, which is quite a few to have only 2 obsolete escorts for them. But,
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 4, last bearing 2, 5, 6. Contact faded. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 9, last bearing 1, 9, 1. Contact faded. Come left 2, 2, 5, 3. Helm I. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 6, last bearing 0, 4, 4. Contact is in the baffles.
getting to the point where they might be able to hear me. Yeah, -2 on the Riga.
Come left 2, 2, 4, 7. Helm I. Come right 2, 2, 8, 0. Helm I. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 6, last bearing 0, 7, 0. Contact is in the baffles.
I think maybe we can sneak up on the Riga. Close enough for a 37.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 2, 1, 8. Contact faded.
Passing 200 feet.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 2, 1. Come left 2, 2, 6, 0. Helm I.
In which case I'll want just the 145 in the left-hand tube. On the left side.
Con, torpedo room, tube 2.
Con
Tubes.
sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 2, 0, 7.
pointed at me.
Make turns for 1-8. Make turns. Con sonar no longer cavitating.
They're slowing down.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 9 bearing 1-1-1. Con sonar regained con maneuvering, making turns for 10 knots. Con sonar, we are cavitating.
Can't even go 15 knots without cavitating.
Con maneuvering, making turns for 1. Come left to 258. Helm I. Con helm, steady course. Make turns for 20 knots. Maneuvering I. Make turns for 26 knots. Maneuvering I. Con maneuvering, making turns for 26 knots. Come left to 253. Helm I.
Yeah, if they like actually had a real sonar, this would be
Come left to 249. Helm I.
this would be a non-starter.
Con helm, steady course. Come right to 267. Helm I. Come left to 251. Helm I.
Well, now I'm
Con helm.
now I'm
steady
behind the
course.
Riga, but the Gauntlet is too far away. Even for the Mark 45. But I could just hit the Riga. That would be fine.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1. Last bearing 194. Contact faded. Come left to 245. Helm I.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Make turns for 2. Con sonar, we are cavitating. Make turns for 2, 6 knots. Maneuvering eye. Con sonar lost contact. Con maneuvering. Making turns for 2, 6 knots. Come left to 2, 4, 5. Helm eye.
I mean, they are
Come
slowing
right
down
to 2,
periodically.
5, 6. Helm
But if
eye.
we imagine that
Con helm. Steady
that
course.
she continues it at 23 knots, torpedo only closes at 3. So, 5 nautical miles is the range of the torpedo in its active phase, which it'll have to be able to catch up in the first place. Divided by 26 is 0.192 of an hour times 23 is 4.42 nautical miles. $8.8 thousand yards, which means I have to close to under a kiliyard. Now I am there.
50 feet below the keel.
Come right to 2, 6, 3. Helm eye.
But like,
Con helm. Steady course.
that just shows you
Con sonar lost
I
contact.
could almost do
Sierra
it.
1. Last bearing 1, 9, 1.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar no longer cavitating.
Of course, now she's sped up to fucking 25 knots. Come on, reacquire that Gotland. Come on.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1.
Okay.
Bearing 1, 9, 1. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra
I need to be
7.
so
Bearing
close.
0, 0, 7.
I need to be so close. And now, if they stay at 26 knots, then Mark 37 is not even gonna get there.
Make turns. Con sonar, we are cavitating. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 7. Last bearing 0, 0, 6. Contact faded. Con maneuvering. Making turns. Come left to 2, 5, 2. Helm eye.
I mean, the Gotland slows down to 13 knots sometimes. 12 knots. I don't know why the Riga doesn't.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1.
Rig ship for
Because that would be
ultra
my opportunity.
Con sonar no longer cavitating.
28 knots now, full speed. Presumably they'll slow at some point.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1. Bearing 184. Come left to 2. Con sonar, we are cavitating. Con maneuvering.
Rig
Shit.
ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar no longer cavitating.
It's my fucking chance.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir. Shoot 2-2. Aye, sir.
Let's give it a shot. And now they're gonna speed up again. Probably won't have enough juice. Unless they slow down again. Perhaps they heard something. They want to listen in, and that will be their downfall.
Con, fire control. Weapon acquired.
Curiosity killed the cat, as they say. Let's
Sonar lost
go.
contact. Sierra 2. Last bearing 267. Contact breaking up.
Let's fucking go.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 9. Bearing 095. Con sonar regained contact on.
Hopefully this
Sierra
one has enough
8,
juice.
bearing 093.
3 minutes remaining. Decimal is turning directly towards me. Very smart decision there. Minutes remaining. 2.7 thousand yards. Will probably be enough. But this boy is fast. So you need a fast torpedo to catch him. Seconds.
Sonar lost contact.
Nice.
One,
Only needed the one.
bearing 220. Contact breaking up.
Very nice.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir.
Don't have very far to sink around here. They have pretty much reversed course, heading back east. Which is what you would expect. Nice.
Fire control. Weapon
Now
acquired.
just stay like that. Alright, so that saves one Mark 45 for the final mission if I need it. Which is nice to have. That certainly worked out. I had my doubts, but we got there. what's left to do. Is clean up the ocean. Cleanse it of these filthy communist cargo ships.
Come left 2. Make turns 4. 2. Con sonar, we are cavitating. Come left 2. 0. 9. 1. Helm I. Con sonar, lost contact. Con, helm, steady course.
And it's nice that the comm symbol is right here, because that's the speedy one.
Con, maneuvering, making turns for 2. 6 knots.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, no longer cavitating.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir.
It's the one that can really get away on you.
Con sonar, lost contact. Sierra 4, last bearing 0. 7. 6. Contact breaking up.
The moment after I fire. Can I, can we just turn off the torpedo and haul back in on that wire? Bring it back in. It's probably gonna hit the sinking wreck.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
It acquires on the sinking wreck. There you go. Moment that I fire.
Con sonar, we are cavitating. Come left 2. 0. 8. 6. Helm I.
Con, torpedo room, 2-1 ready.
Con, maneuvering.
Then he decides to die of his wounds.
6 knots.
Of her wounds. Alright, headed back the way we came, hopefully into deeper water again. Back into the canyon.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, no longer cavitating. Make turns for 1. 0 knots. Maneuvering I. Con sonar, we are cavitating. Con maneuvering, making turns for 1. 5. Come left 2. 7-1, helm I.
I think the alligator. I think he goes 16 knots. Okay.
Con, helm, steady course.
How about the Anima? 15. Which means this one
Come
probably
right
is
to
closer.
0-8-9, helm I. Make turns for 20 knots, maneuvering I. Make turns for 2-1
Never mind.
knots,
Alligator
maneuvering I.
is the closest.
Make turns for 2 knots, maneuvering I.
Now it says they're going a knot faster.
Make turns for 2-3 knots, maneuvering I.
Could probably go full speed just fine.
Make turns for 2-6 knots, maneuvering I.
Con, less than 50 feet below the keel.
Con, helm, steady course.
That's alright.
Come right to 0-7-7, helm I.
And here's where it starts to get a little bit deeper.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 8, bearing 1-0-2.
Nice. Only 2 more left unaccounted for.
Come left to 0-7-6, helm I.
But you don't need to sink all of them.
Con, less than 50 feet below the keel.
It's worth noting. You only need to sink half of whatever is designated as the mission target. A simple majority. There's 2 ships, you need to sink
Come
1
right
of them.
to 0,
3 ships,
9,
you need
helm
to sink
I.
2.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
I think the alligators usually go down with 1. We'll see.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 5, bearing 0-6-8.
Con, fire control. Weapon acquired.
That's good news.
Make turns for 1-0 knots, maneuvering
No
I.
reason to fall behind any further than we have to. I think we can keep the wire going 10 knots. Now this is the situation where it would actually be nice to have the
Con sonar
Mark
lost
16s
contact.
or whatever.
Sierra 6, last bearing 075.
Come left to 070.
The
Helm I.
World War II unguided torpedoes.
Con helm.
Con sonar, we are cavitating.
Because
Con, torpedo room.
when they're holding a steady course, they have no way of detecting you
Con maneuvering.
unless you
Making turns for
stick your periscope
2,
up.
6 knots.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 5, bearing 075.
Oh, we got CR3 again. Nice.
Come right to 079. Helm I.
But the advantage of the Mark 16 is as a much larger warhead. So it's like, if you need to go after merchant ships, big merchant ships especially,
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, no longer cavitating.
you don't need a guided torpedo. That's what you want.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir.
Make turns for 10 knots. Maneuvering I.
Con, fire control. Weapon acquired.
Come right.
Give them a chance to die of their wounds, maybe.
Con sonar, we are cavitating.
Con, torpedo room. 2-1 ready.
Con maneuvering. Making turns for 2, 6 knots.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 5, last bearing 304. Contact is in the baffles.
Come left to 084. Helm I.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 5, last bearing 293. Contact is in the baffles.
Come left to 079. Helm I.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, no longer cavitating. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 9, last bearing 214. Contact is in the baffles.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir.
That is one nice thing about the angled side tubes, is it's not too unreasonable to shoot over the shoulder like that.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Con sonar lost contact.
Nice.
Sierra 3, last bearing 090. Contact breaking up.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Alright, that fish does not need me anymore.
Come right to 1.
Make turns for 2, 6.
Con sonar, we are cavitating. Come right to 140. Helm I.
Con,
Con, helm, steady course.
Con, torpedo room, tube 1 ready.
Con, maneuvering. Making turns for 2, 6 knots.
Come left to 112. Helm I. Come left to 102. Helm I.
Rig shift for ultra quiet.
Alright. Should be able to hit both of them from here.
shoot 2-3. Aye, sir.
Flooding in the torpedo room.
Fuck me. I'm kidding. Ugh.
Damage control parties, into the torpedo room.
That was like almost a straight ahead shot. Come on now. Come on now. 51%. Well, maybe now we'll get to go back to base before the final mission.
Shoot 2-4. Aye, sir.
Dude. Ridiculous. Nice that I can still use the torpedoes even though they're just floating in the torpedo room. Oh
Con,
man.
torpedo room, tube 3 ready.
Alright.
Shoot 2-3. Aye, sir.
Con, Al sonar has been repaired.
That's good. I think that's our only sonar on this at this time.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Yeah, the good. The dude. How the fuck you say it? They do usually seem to take 2,
Shoot 2-3. Aye, sir.
but at this point I'm probably gonna have orders to go back to base anyway, so. Shit.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 9. Last bearing 201. Contact breaking up.
Come right to 120. Helm I.
Con, less than 50 feet below the keel.
Shit.
Make turns for 2.
Con sonar. We are
Damage control parties, lay to the engine room.
Where'd all that flooding come from?
Con, helm, steady course.
Make depth 50 feet, dive by.
Come left to 087. Helm I. Con, helm, steady course. Con, maneuvering, making turns for 26 knots.
Passing 100 feet. Passing 100 feet. Passing 100 feet.
How's it going there, bud? Little worse for you than for me, I think. But not by too much.
Damage control parties, leave
Oh.
the reactor space.
If you tell them to go to that compartment. But then why is there a pumps thing on here? I guess it's just what's in that compartment. Alright. Whatever. Whatever.
Damage control parties, into the torpedo room. Con, less than 50 feet below the keel.
Con sonar regained contact on.
Rig shift for ultra quiet.
Con sonar no longer cavitating.
Alright.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir.
That shot was like basically straight ahead. But no. That would just had to I'm sure that in like real life this setup with the I'm sure that they have a
Con,
built-in
fire control, weapon acquired.
distance that the torpedo travels straight. I mean, you always do on a submarine. Torpedo travels straight before it turns. That is enough so that that doesn't happen. And obviously in real life, the torpedo wouldn't even be armed yet. So, even if it did hit your bow immediately after exiting the tube, it wouldn't be good.
Damage control parties. Wait at the control room.
But
Passing 100 feet. Damage control parties. Wait at the torpedo room.
it would not be that bad. Okay, sank everything. Marshalov is safe once again. There he is. His cute little sweater. God damn it, dude. I'm pretty sure in the base game, if you're damaged, it gives you a mission to go back to port. Successful, this deployment will give Russian leadership the option of a short-notice, depressed trajectory attack on U.S. command and control installations. Significantly increase the chances of a successful nuclear first strike. I don't know if they had really come up with this concept yet in 1968. I mean, this is like the reason for the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's all a question of the amount of time you have, the amount of warning. Hello, friendly tank cannon. Via the Denmark Strait. Green 312. Okay. So here's the strat. We save the game here. Hard save. Let's see if there's enough time to go back and repair and rearm. When's the Red October quiz? Yeah, that'll be that'll be at the end of class today. $17 hours to effect all those repairs. And that's our boy, most likely. Shit. Fuck. He's gone. He's off the map. Yep. We lost. Typhoon in 1968. Very well. One torpedo hits you, dead. Nothing else, just dead. It depends on the difficulty settings, I think. I don't know, it's been a long time since I played unmodded Cold Waters. Yeah, on realistic settings, one torpedo, you're dead. That's how it is. On realistic. But I'm playing on casual, which is a little more forgiving. I don't think this affects anything else. I think this is just like how much health you have, essentially. I could be wrong, though. Could affect the AI and stuff, who knows. Alright, so, turns out I'm gonna have to do the final campaign mission with 50% hull integrity and 9 torpedoes, I think is what I have. See how it goes. The second battle of the Den All right. 355.
On sonar, new contact.
Rig shift for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, new contact bearing 077. Designated Sierra 2.
It's a
Con
Yankee.
sonar, Sierra 1 is classified as
And that'll be in
submerged
November, I
submarine.
think.
Con sonar, Sierra 2 is classified as submerged submarine.
This narwhal? No, this is a sturgeon. Because it's 1968. So what happened here is,
Con sonar, lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 086. Contact faded.
this... so, what happened was... it was basically a straight ahead shot. It was maybe a couple degrees to port. And even that was enough. But this is about I gave myself a black eye. Hit myself in the face. My own sonar dome. Yeah, it'll be fine. Not enough time to go to port and repair it, so here we are.
Come left to 043 Helm I.
Let's check below the layer. That's probably where the Yankee went,
Die by.
if I had to guess.
Con sonar, lost contact.
Con Helm. Steady course.
No.
Con, dive at 300 feet, dive by. Make depth 100 feet, dive by.
Con sonar, regained contact on Sierra 2, bearing 083.
Con,
2 Novembers.
Dive at 100 feet, dive by.
They are ways off though. 20 knots, good lord. Of course, the Yankees quieter than they are. So the one behind went deep. One up front is still shallow. No, it's the other way around. The one behind is shallow. All right then. There she
bearing
is.
114.
Do 20 knots. That'll be something to deal with. And where the Yankee is deep. It's just Sierra 2 that's shallow.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 3, last bearing 194. Contact is come right to 111. Helm I. Con helm, steady course.
Make depth 500 feet, dive by.
Come right to 182. Helm I.
Con,
They're cruising
dive
at 20 knots.
500 feet, dive by.
There is no time to dilly-dally. Cut this corner as tight as I can.
Come right to 217. Helm I.
Should probably be speeding up already.
Make turns for 10. Make turns for 15 knots. Maneuvering I.
Con helm, steady course.
Yeah, and at 20 knots, I think I have to close to like... within 2,000 yards, or something like that. Mark 37s to be able to catch up.
Come right to 239. Helm I.
I'm not a yank myself, not this kind of yank. Not this kind.
Con helm, steady course.
8 on each side, total of 16. As your first quiz question, how many missiles does Red October have? Normal Typhoon has 20.
Come right to 247. Helm I.
Make turns for 26 knots. Maneuvering I.
25? That would be weird. It's an even number because they're in pairs.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 3, last bearing 2, 4, 8. Contact faded.
Come right to 2, 4, 9. Helm I. Con, helm. Steady course.
That's why you changed it. Well, you didn't get it right, so.
Con, maneuvering. Making turns for 2, 6 knots. Come right to 2, 5, 3. Helm I.
I don't know if they ever say in the movie precisely. You can probably figure it out from the movie. Maybe he says it during the briefing.
Come right to 2, 6,
Most of the things
9.
in here
Helm I.
don't react too well to bullets. Something like that. Yeah, probably. But I've been reading the book, which is on a different level, of course. Of
Come
detail.
Right to 2, 8, 3. Helm I. Come left to 2, 6, 9. Helm I. Con, helm. Steady course.
Did you miss a quiz? No, that's at the end of class. Since you're both here, though, and you've both done your homework, let's see. Credit to H.I. Sutton once again. Does excellent work. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Red October is stated to have 13 on each side for a total of 26. The one thing he's not able to tell us is where the swimming pool is, though. Which, honestly, missed opportunity. But I don't think Tom Clancy knew about that in 1984. Yeah, the Typhoons have a swimming pool, but I don't know where it is. The primary technical inaccuracy of both the book and the film is that it assumes that, and again, it's very likely Tom Clancy didn't know about this in detail in 1984. It's just conjecture based on what every other ballistic missile submarine is like. And in every other ballistic missile submarine, it's just, you just have these tubes coming down into the pressure hull. So you have this like forest of it's an infinity pool. You'd open a hatch and the sea is your pool. Maybe. But that's how it's depicted in the film, because you have this big open room with all the missile tubes in it. And that's where that action sequence takes place. But that is not how the Typhoon is constructed. Oh, no. Modern nuclear weapons are almost universally the spherical shaped charge type situation, which means and the reason why is because that means there isn't actually a critical mass in the weapon. This is very technical, very complicated, but so basically you have to set off all the spherical shaped charges at the same instant for a nuclear detonation to even initiate, which is very difficult to do, and that means that it's a relatively safe weapon. Because if there's any sort of malfunction, then that means the timing isn't going to line up, most likely. In which case, there won't be a nuclear detonation. Whereas with the with like a gun type design, with the, I think it was Little Boy, it's the gun type design. There, you could very easily have a malfunction because you essentially just have two pieces of fissile material that once together become a critical mass, and then a nuclear detonation just happens. So, short answer to your question, no. Not set off the nukes. At most, you would have the fissile material from either the warheads or from the reactor, more likely, would get spread around out into the environment. That's the major concern. But so the thing that Clancy did not know at the time, the chief inaccuracy of the film and the book, is that these missile tubes are not, they don't go through the pressure hull, because in fact there are two pressure hulls. Typhoon is essentially two nuclear submarines welded together. Now maybe for Red October they changed the design, but Red October is even bigger. But the reason for doing this is that once you get to this size, this scale of like if all of this was like crew space, if all this was contained in the pressure hull, that is so much air that you're having to weigh down other means. So by having it a free flood area, you're reducing the amount of ballast that you need to go under. But there's a central torpedo room, the central control room, and then there's like a rudder machinery room. But other than that, you have two submarines strapped together with two reactors, two turbines, two gear sets for the turbines, two propellers, two of everything. And nobody else has ever built a submarine this way, but it makes a lot of sense, I think. But it just forces you into a two-screw design, which the Americans in particular really are really fixated on our one-screw designs. So see, LFI, that's a thing with submarines, because you look at the so the submarine is like a reverse TARDIS. It's smaller on the inside, because you look at the exterior and you're like, oh, that's a big boat. That's a big boat. But like, so much of that space is free flood area, or it's taken up by machinery or missile tubes or torpedo tubes or whatever. I mean, if you just look at this cross section, you see the size of the cross section, and then you, the sailor, you have to live in this little tiny part of it. So it's especially with double-hulled submarines. Yeah, all the ballast tanks and the fuel tanks. Like, yes, the submarine is this big, but you live in this part. Once again, convinced submarine life is not for you. Yeah. You know, maybe it's plausible that for the Red October, this be massively costly to just change the design like this, just for a one-off. But it's possible that they would have gone with a single central pressure hull to make room for the Caterpillar drive on the outside, right? We could posit that as an explanation. They do have showers. They do have showers, but you have to, in the US Navy at least, you're supposed to, like, wet yourself down, and that's it. Turn the water off, then you soap up, and then you rinse off. Use as little water as possible. So, but you would hope they have showers for like a 90-day patrol or whatever. Gravel ballast? On a submarine, you have ballast tanks that you fill with seawater to make yourself neutrally buoyant. Yes, 2 pressure hulls, 2 reactors, 2 turbines, 2 gear sets, 2 propellers, which is the primary inaccuracy with The Hunt for Red October, both the book and the film, because Clancy, you know, he's always talking about the reactor, when in actual fact, a Typhoon has 2 reactors, which is one of the reasons why, even though they're all decommissioned, they're still sitting pierside, because the Soviets have a hard enough time, the Russians now have a hard enough time paying to dispose of their nuclear reactors when it's just 1, but this is double the cost because it has 2 reactors. So, and the missile tubes are in a free flood area, so you don't, that action sequence at the end, which is also in the book, that doesn't work. Tankin, we're talking to someone who doesn't know anything. Okay, you can't just start. You can't just start with Calc 3, okay? You gotta start with algebra. Addition and subtraction. It's like when you get to college and they're like, everything you thought you knew is wrong. You do the first year of chemistry and you learn about all the different molecules and whatever. And then you get to the second year of chemistry and they're like, yeah, so chemistry is actually physics. Based on the interaction of all these different particles and the strong and weak nuclear forces and all this shit. Anyway. But, like I said, you could argue that for the Red October, they changed it to to one massive change to the design. Like, just make a new design at that point. You're not even adapting the Typhoon anymore. But you could say they went with one pressure hull to make room for the Caterpillar drive on the outside. But what the Caterpillar drive even is a whole nother conversation. It's a little bit hand-wavy. But there you go. Caveman speak. Empty space make big boat go in water. We've used the extra space in the extension. Well, she is, what do they say, 3 meters wider? Is that enough? But yeah, basically, the more living space that you have, the more yellow area in this diagram that there is. I don't think they say how much taller it is. They just say 3 meters wider and like 12 meters longer or something. But the more pressure hull you have, the more accommodation space and machinery space and whatever else. The more of that space you have, the more blue space you need for free flood areas and ballast tanks and shit. Which is why on this, the largest submarine ever made, you need so much. Like, just looking at these cross sections is crazy to think about. Like, yes, the submarine is this big, but it's just these tiny little things. How does cooking work? We use heat to partially process your food so that you don't have to burn as many calories when consuming said food. It also means your jaw muscles can be smaller, and then you get to have a bigger brain. And then we become intelligent. Cooking. Are you familiar with the concept of an electric stove? You're not going to use gas or propane or shit like that because that's just burning through your oxygen supply for no reason. But with the nuclear reactor, you have unlimited electricity, so electric stove, electric oven. Here we come. How many torpedo tubes does this bitch even have? What are these? $12, 21-inch. These are used for decoys. You have this like whole ring of torpedo tubes used for decoys. Interesting. Interesting. And then you have the 6 torpedo tubes that are actually reloadable. So you have a total of 18 torpedo tubes, but 12 of them are just for decoys. Interesting. pretty much the entire forward part of these pressure hulls is just the accommodation. It's where everyone sleeps. Sweaty men that smokes all the time. That's one of the things, and it's in the book too. Like, are you really letting people smoke on a submarine?
Come left to 2.
Need to ask someone who was
Helm I.
in the Navy in the 80s or something.
Con, helm, steady course.
Like, do you really, like, in theory, on a nuclear submarine, you have unlimited power. You're, what's it called? You are, what's the process called? You're splitting the water into hydrogen and oxygen. So you have an unlimited oxygen supply, unlimited air filtration capability. Shit.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Fuck me.
Passing 500 feet.
Just came out of their baffles. Try to get above the layer.
Passing 400 feet.
But in Hunt for Red October, the book and the movie, they sure be smoking.
Con sonar, launch transient from Sierra 1.
Sure be smoking.
Con sonar, Sierra 1 is cavitating.
Passing 300 feet.
Well, this just got interesting. November is not pinging.
Passing 200 feet.
No, they still got me on active, even above the layer.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 3, bearing 257.
Passing 100 feet.
The repair guy. It is funny that that's what you're calling him. He's the chief engineer. He's in charge of the reactor and the engines.
Con sonar, launch transient from Sierra 1.
Another one. You know, they won't fucking see this coming, man.
Shoot 2-3. Aye, sir. Shoot 2-4. Aye, sir.
Con sonar, launch transient from Sierra 1.
It's fine. Go ahead and activate those. Oh, shit. Fuck me.
Con sonar, torpedo in the water.
Fuck me.
Torpedo in the water. Bearing 233.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Con, sonar, torpedo in
Oh,
the water.
God damn it.
Torpedo in the water. Bearing 2, 2, 1.
Passing 500 feet.
Not saying you're wrong to call him the repairman. Because if everything's going
Passing 700 feet.
well, the chief engineer doesn't have to do anything,
Passing
ideally.
800 feet. Passing 900 feet.
Con, torpedo room, tube 3 ready.
Passing 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I kind of wasted those
Passing
2 fish.
1,100 feet. Passing 1,200 feet. Passing 1,300 feet.
Yeah, just talking about Comrade Milliken.
Con, sonar, launch transient from Sierra 2.
Con, torpedo room, tube 4
The guy in the
ready.
orange, red,
Con, maneuver
whatever suit.
turns for 2.
He's always smoking.
Knots.
The guy that Jack takes a cigarette from, actually.
Passing 1,300 feet.
Fast as the Yankee. "27 knots.
Con, sonar, launch transient from Sierra 2. Con, sonar, torpedo in the water. Torpedo in the water. Bearing 2, 8,
Fuck me.
9.
Passing 1,300 feet. Passing 1,400 feet.
Alright, let me get back up
Con,
above
sonar,
test
lost
depth with my
contact.
50%
Sierra
hull
3,
integrity.
last bearing 2, 7, 0. Contact faded. Con, sonar, launch transient from Sierra 2.
Passing
Oh yeah, Hunter Killer
1,500
is
feet.
a different kind of movie.
Con, sonar, lost contact. Sierra 2, last bearing 3, 4, 1. Contact is in the baffles.
Passing 1,200
What are you doing here, bud? What are you doing here?
Passing 1,200 feet. Make depth 1350 feet. Dive by. Con, dive at 1350 feet. Dive by.
Con, sonar, lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 1, 4, 8. Contact faded. Con, sonar, lost contact. Sierra 2, last bearing 3, 1, 6. Contact is in the baffles.
They all in on defecting? I mean, I would hope so. He told him about the letter. Yeah, everyone except the doctor. In the book, it's the doctor and then like 2 of the junior officers, and they're the ones who are like gonna go back and tell everyone that Captain Ramius deserves the Order of Lenin, you know. That's the whole idea.
Rig ship for ultra quiet. Passing 1,300 feet.
Oh yeah, Melican's in on it too. He is an officer, it's just... He's just an engineer officer.
On Sierra 3, bearing 272. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 299. Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 2, bearing 308.
Make depth 950 feet. Dive by.
This November is just casually shooting torpedoes in the direction of the boomer is supposed to be protecting.
Make turns for 26 knots. Maneuvering eye.
And it's going active.
Con sonar lost contact.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Hey there, bud. How's it going these days?
Shoot 2-3.
Con maneuvering. Making turns for 5 knots.
Con sonar noisemaker bearing 006.
Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing. Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Con, dive at 950 feet. Dive by.
What a knife fight.
Con sonar lost
Got him.
contact. Sierra 1. Last
Mission
bearing
accomplished.
049. Contact breaking up.
Come left to 26.
Con sonar launch transient from Sierra 2.
Make turns for 26 knots. Maneuvering eye.
Con, torpedo room.
Yeah, not
3 ready.
not everybody gets a happy ending.
Con,
Very sad.
helm, steady course.
Con, torpedo room. Tube 4 ready.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 3, bearing 269.
sure why he's speeding up. He's trying to run away from his own torpedoes. Not anymore. Very well.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir. Shoot 2-2. Aye, sir. Con, fire control, weapon
There we
acquired.
go.
Con, sonar, lost contact. Sierra 3, last bearing 2, 6, 8. Contact faded.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
I've officially regained the initiative.
Con, fire
Con, sonar, regained contact on. Sierra 3, bearing 2, 6, 8.
Shit, got too many torpedoes in the water. Okay.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Yes. Yes. I got you, you son of a bitch.
Con, sonar, noisemaker, bearing 1, 9, 8.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Of course, even though he has damaged his reactor spaces, he's gonna keep going at 30 knots, because that's what they do. Oh yeah, it's like just a good sea story. That's what it is.
Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing.
Con, sonar, noisemaker, bearing 2, 3, 4.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Con, torpedo room, tube 2 ready.
Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing.
I mean, I think it's probably the best sea story of our generation,
1, 6, 6.
of the nuclear era, let's say. Of all of the attempts to reckon with the concept that we have these doomsday machines,
Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing.
going around underneath the ocean. I think Hunt for Red October does the best job. Honestly, because it doesn't get
Con sonar.
too direct
Noisemaker
with it.
bearing
Like
1,
Crimson
2,
Tide
7.
is a case in point of like Crimson Tide is just it's too upfront with what it's trying to say, you know?
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra.
Whereas in
2,
Hunt for Red
last
October,
bearing,
the
1, 0,
the
3.
the
Contact
doomsday
is in the
concept is like in the background
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Con sonar.
as a
Noisemaker
form
bearing
of tension
1,
almost.
0,
Because like,
9.
well, is he defecting or is he gonna launch his missiles, you know? But anyway. All the tactics Sir Connery uses work.
Con sonar lost
For the most part.
contact. Sierra 2, last bearing 0, 9, 1. Contact is in the baffles.
Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing. Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing.
Alright.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 2, bearing 0, 9, 9.
I mean, turning into the torpedo is something I do in this game all the time. Because, particularly because a lot of times the Russians fire without knowing exactly what the range is. And their torpedoes aren't wire guided, so... So a lot of times they overshoot anyway.
Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing.
And you can
Con,
increase the
fire
chances of
control,
that
weapon
by...
countermeasure homing.
Because they don't want to set it to activate too early and do its
Con
search
sonar
pattern or whatever.
noisemaker bearing 0, 8, 7.
Because then... Because then it might hit them. Which, of course, is what happens in that movie. But, the torpedo that they evade in the canyon, that sequence is, like, the lowest point of that
Con,
movie
fire
in
control,
terms of
weapon countermeasure homing.
tactical realism. It's like
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
when they
Con
make that
sonar
turn, the
noisemaker
torpedo
bearing 0, 7, 8.
very clearly does not even follow them. Torpedo just goes on straight. It's like, well, if they had dropped countermeasures at that moment, then that would make sense.
Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing.
Noisemaker
Frames go
bearing
from yes
0,
to no.
7, 6.
Who are you fighting for, friendly tank cannon? Blandia? Hmm. Okay.
Con, fire control, weapon countermeasure homing.
You know what? Fuck this.
Shoot, 2-2. Aye, sir.
I can't shoot the remaining Mark 37s because they're on the other side and I don't have any reloads left.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 0, 6, 2.
Just need this guy to be dead. And it doesn't matter because we won. Campaign's over. By the way the orders were worded, I think
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 2, last bearing
if you
0,
die in this
5.
mission,
Contact breaking up.
you can still win. Because, like, well, you died, but you destroyed the boomer. So. The purple people. Are you saying that you are the purple people eaters, friendly tank cannon?
Come right to 255 Helm I.
I mean, no matter who you are, you end up fighting the purple people because the Empire is centrally located. And most of the map is
Con,
the
torpedo
Empire.
room, no reloads available.
Yeah. Okay, well.
Come right to 2-4.
See if we can pick up
Make turns for 2.
that other November, just for the extra credit.
Con, helm, steady course.
He's playing Bannerlord.
Con, maneuvering, making
That's what we're
turns
talking
for
about.
2-6 knots.
Myself, I've been fighting for the Nords in this update.
Come right to 254 Helm I.
Because I like them. It's a little bit hypocritical of me to criticize their ship design when their weapons and armor, well, not their armor so much, but their weapons in particular, are also 2 or 3 centuries behind, but I do like the Nords except for their ship design. Because it's just, like, I just wish it was something more creative than basic Viking ships, but I guess somebody had to have them. But that's getting into the weeds. This guy might be off the map already. No, he's long gone. It's long gone. I got the Yankee, that's the important part. We win. Tens of thousands of protesters, mostly in the Caucasus, Latvia, and Estonia, have spilled onto the streets, demanding democratic elections and an end to the ongoing conflict with the West. Reports are still sketchy, but witnesses claim the severe crackdown by local authorities has done nothing but incite further protests. Political destabilization behind the Iron Curtain has had a noticeable trickle-down effect on the front lines, and NATO forces have taken advantage of the situation. Soviet opposition appears to be wavering as defections across the lines into the West are increasing day by day. War with the West has come to an abrupt halt as the Soviet Union fractures in 1968. Wow. That Cold War didn't last long. Some regions even following into civil war. Although economically weakened and with their satellite states breaking off, Russia remains a formidable military power. But for now, the Cold War is over. So, clearly, this is not going to be in the same timeline as the 1984 campaign. In that campaign, the Soviet Union very much still exists. "42 days. It's a short war. Two capital ships, 5 escorts, 36 submarines, 17 merchants. Merchants are the biggest tonnage, though, of course. So these both would have been Sverdlovs. Because there is no way for me to sink a Cresta, basically. Basically, no way. Alright. "1984, here we come." I'm gonna go start the coffee pot. Love a game that has a bibliography. Fucking Naval Institute Press. Let's go. Oh, they cited this book. I actually have this book. I haven't read it yet, though. Oh, and Blind Man's Bluff. Controversial book that some people think revealed too much. Is there an animal-loving cottagecore gang? Okay, well... No. The closest thing to cottagecore is probably going to be the Battanians. Who are basically like... Well, they're kind of Irish, Celtic, but also slightly German, I think. They're like the forest people. They're very good archers. At least some of them are. They're like the forest people. That's basically all you need to know. Yeah, that's probably it. Best unit in the game is the Battanian Fion Champion, who is the best archer in the game and also very good in hand-to-hand combat. Unless you want to argue for the horse archers. That's the other option. But yeah, you got the forest people. You got the Vlandians, who are like the French, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, Vlandia is more inspired by like later medieval knights and stuff. But they're pretty much the French, especially because they like crossbows so much. Then Empire is Rome, which is a little bit anachronistic, but it's fine. And then, but they're like a late period Rome, like in the 400s, 500s AD. I mean, that's the period where the Bucellari are from. The Biscuit Eaters. It's one of the unit names. And then you have the Aserai, which is basically like the North African, the Moors, as they might be called at sometimes. They got camels and stuff. And then you've got the Eastern horse archers, who are like your Mongols, basically. The Khuzaits. Then to the north you have Sturgia, which is like Russia, Rus Vikings, kind of. And then north of that is the Nords, who are the actual, the Western Vikings, let's say. No, the horse archers aren't in the forests. The forest people don't have horses. I mean, they do, but Not that many. I feel obligated to caution that Bannerlord is not your type of game, LFI. I don't think you've ever mentioned playing like a strategy type game. So I do want to do this at some point. I definitely want to do this and this. But before that, what I'm going to do is we're going to experience the win button that is the Mark 48. After all of these struggles with the Mark 37. Does Gwent count? Shut up. You don't play Gwent. You don't play Gwent. You can't pull the wool over my eyes. Asking if a game you've never played counts. You only play the tutorial guy. Come on now. I'm sorry. But basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play the US in 1984. But I'm gonna be studying the Soviet capabilities. I'm gonna be hitting that recognition manual hard. And I'm gonna be thinking about how to make the Soviet stuff work. While we do this. It's wise to study the ways of one's adversary. Addictive? No. Surely not. Whoever said that. That's not true. I don't have a problem. I guess we can just play as Trafalgar. I'll save that for the British campaign. Plays an OHP. Do they only have one screw? I didn't know that. Same with these guys. Maybe that's because it might be because they're kind of more of a specialized anti-submarine vessel. Because we used to do that, you know, we used to have like frigates that were good at anti-submarine warfare. so that your Arleigh Burkes didn't have to do that, and they could handle the surface and anti-air stuff more so. But nowadays, every ship has to be an Arleigh Burke. Every ship has to have the Aegis combat system, all singing, all dancing. Fucking Iowa. Should put in the nuclear shell for the 16-inch. Was the Tycho the first one to have the phased array radar? Like not the actively electronically scanned, not that yet, but like stepping stone towards that. I mean, that's what this is right here on the front. Superstructure. Spy 1A. There you go. All right. This is a quiz question. I mean, if there's something I don't know about ships, I mean, I would be very surprised if you did. Sturgeon with the right, because we have actual towed arrays in DotMod. So that's a thing. That's what this is for. So the sturgeon, the short hull sturgeon, 89 meters. The BQQ5. The normal is the same sonar, 96 meters, 7 meters longer. But of course the narwhal is much quieter. And then the 688, 110 meters. So another 14 meters on top of the narwhal. Yeah, the 688 is a long boy, but that's to achieve the speed. With 5 decibels or 8 knots? What's worth more? 5 decibels is not very much. Like, that really does show. Just how like devastatingly capable the 688s were at the time. Quiet and fast. This is, I want to say in the base game they went with the like 950 foot number. Hang on 1 second. They have 2 steam turbines? Oh, is it like it's the 2 steam turbines, but then the reduction gear combines them? I think that's how it works. Okay. Yeah, over 25 knots. That's how fast they can go. That's how fast they can go. This says, what is this from? Dude, this Wikipedia article is such a good example of like the War Thunder problem, particularly because these are still in active service. So the US Navy says 650 feet. Which is absolute horseshit. Like, that's like at max speed. You might, well, granted, they also say the max speed is 25 knots, at which point you wouldn't be cavitating at that depth. So, oh man. In Hunt for Red October, the Dallas dives to 1,200 feet, no problem. So, running critical. Taos cites the 688 class design committee for this figure. Interviews with Admiral Rickover. Okay. But then Jane's Fighting Ships says 450 meters. So, as like the test depth. Not the operating depth, but the test depth. Which is more than the 1,200. I mean, they might have put 1,200 in here because because that's as steep as they go in Hunt for Red October. Oh, and then there's the speed issue. Okay. Official top speed is over 25 knots. But the actual maximum is classified most commonly, I think, it's considered to be 33 knots. That is what the game says. In this book, which I have but haven't read, Tom Clancy estimated the top speed at 37 knots. I wouldn't be that surprised. But like the layers of like the official figure and then various estimates based on some sources. Oh, but wasn't there... Yes. I remember from this news article of 2005, the submarine, which is when the San Francisco, I was going to say pulled a Connecticut, but they did it first, so I guess the Connecticut pulled a San Francisco. Anyway, traveling in excess of 33 knots. Meanwhile, the official government figure is 25 knots. So anyway, but everyone knows. It's just... It's the War Thunder problem, you know? I mean, if the maximum operating depth is like 1200 or so, then this is pretty much an underestimate by half. What did they say? What's the official figure for the... Mark 48. Oh, come on. Greater than 5 miles? Come on now. Come on now. Everybody knows. You don't have to... Okay, Janes again thinks Mark 48 goes 55 knots. But the official line is greater than 28 knots. So again, that's about half of the actual capability. Little more than half. Welcome back, Tank Cannon. We're talking about the War Thunder problem. Where the government says one thing and then everybody knows that it's not that. But the 688 Wikipedia page is a very good example. The official line for the operating depth is 650, which is horse shit. Absolute horse shit. And then and Tom Clancy is out here being like, no, dude, they can go 37 knots. Like, oh man. So I came across this book at a used bookstore. And I was like, well, of all the people who come into this store, I'm probably the one who should have this book. So I have it, but I haven't read it. So according to the game, they do 33 knots. And they dive to 1200. But I want to say in the base game, it's the 950 foot figure. In which case, the narwhal would have a much bigger advantage in terms of dive depth. How many books do I have that I haven't read yet? Look, okay. We don't have to talk about the pile of shame. But yeah, and they're still laid out with the big sonar dome forward. And then the four, I should say, angled torpedo tubes underneath the control room. I mean, my desire to feel unique always makes me want to pick the narwhal. And it's also the quiet boy. First introduction to tanks. I mean, when I was a youngin', the cool books to find at the library were the, not that one, were the Star Wars cross-section books. So narwhal is a one-off. Pretty similar to the sturgeon, as it says there. But with an actual circulation reactor plant. So that it does have main coolant pumps, but they don't at low power. You don't need them. And that's one of the main things that makes noise on a nuke boat even when you're standing still. And then they went backwards, technologically speaking, to a non-geared turbine. So you can cut out all the reduction gears. You just have a turbine that turns very slowly. Propulsion turbine had to be very large to operate at such a low shaft speed. Required a complex warm-up and cool-down procedure. Experienced blade failures in tests due to their slow rotational speed. Improvements in noise reduction techniques allowed the turbine generators of subsequent classes, meaning that they would still have gears, basically. So they figured out how to make the gears quiet. Right. This is one of the big reasons why it was a one-off. Like, you have these experimental systems, but not subsafe. Which is a program that was instated after the Thresher happened. And so everything, I think the Sturgeons and everything after them, with the exception of Narwhal, were all held to the subsafe standard. And this did work because we've never lost a subsafe submarine. We lost Thresher, and we lost one of the skipjacks, I think. The Scorpion. But nothing after that. The Russians, on the other hand. But yeah, so this goes back to like when they were first putting turbines, steam turbines in warships. Because the optimal speeds for a turbine are very different from the optimal speeds for a propeller. So either both of those things have to run at a non-optimal speed, or you need reduction gears. It's a fitting name for a one-off submarine, because it's a unicorn in metaphorical terms. So it's named after the unicorn of the sea. These two sentences. A very quiet natural circulation S5G plant made this one of the quietest boats until the emergence of the SSN-21 Seawolf. But any speculation drawing information from these two sentences may result in classified information. Who knows? Who made the first proper submarine? Okay, you're gonna have to define that. What was his name? Here we go. Here we go. (1620) manufactured a steerable submarine with a leather-covered wooden frame. Successfully built and tested 2 more submarines, each one bigger than the last. Demonstrated to King James I in person. Stayed submerged for 3 hours and could travel from Westminster to Greenwich and back, cruising at a depth between 12 and 15 feet. Yes, the Hunley, CSS Hunley, which I believe, well, one of the times when they were trying to use a spar torpedo is the technical term. The bomb on a stick, they couldn't get it to detach, so they just exploded it anyway, and then everybody died. I think the Hunley was lost with all hands like 3 times. They kept salvaging it again. King James I, first monarch to travel underwater. I mean, you can travel underwater by swimming, so it's all a question of definitions. I think there's a story about Alexander the Great going down in a diving bell of some kind. There's a replica. Oh. Travel underwater without being wet, I suppose. But this is human powered. Very limited air supply, obviously. Especially because if you have guys in there to work the oars, they're gonna burn through whatever oxygen is in there pretty quickly. Yeah, I think we have like diving bells have been around for a long time. First submersible of whose construction there exists reliable information. That honor goes to the treble. And then we have, this is the American Revolutionary War, I think. Where you have a pedal-driven system. I don't think this is a true submarine, though. It's more of a semi-submersible. Thumbs up, yeah. Oh, this is the oldest surviving submarine. Brandteucher. Again, hand crank propeller. Nautilus, 1800. Again, human powered, hand cranked propeller. They have Hunley. Which is also human powered. Following her attack was lost along with her crew before she could return to base. 21 crewmen died in the 3 sinkings of Hunley during her short career. I was correct. She sank during a test run. Sank again. Killing the second crew, including Hunley himself. And then they did an attack. Which also... Oh, they do have it. It's been raised. I think the theory is they couldn't get the spar torpedo to detach once it was attached to the enemy ship. Oh, this is a interesting setup. That would be my conjecture anyway. There it is. And raised. Yeah, that seems like a fun time. Nice and cozy. 300% casualty rate. And they've got it in a bath, just like the pieces of monitor. Very well. Ah, it goes to the French again. Yeah, I have heard of plongeur. The first non-human powered submarine. Which I think is meant to be a military spar torpedo affair again. The the submarine from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Isn't that called Nautilus? I want to say it's Nautilus. Yeah. Been a number of submarines called Nautilus, including the first nuclear-powered submarine. And then Ictinio 2. So the 1860s is what we're looking at. That's when you have Hunley, which is still human-powered, and then these two, which are not. Air-independent steam engine. How does that work? Ran on a chemical reaction fueled by peroxide. It always comes back to hydrogen peroxide. The Walter boats, the like the Japanese, the Japanese torpedoes, and then the Japanese human-guided torpedoes, and it keeps coming back to hydrogen peroxide, the most volatile of chemicals, but that's what you need. It needs to contain its own oxygen. And then we have the famous Holland's submarines. 1970s. Sounds like the Holland Type 6, sorry. 1896. Might have been the first one. The first diesel boat, essentially, though it might not have been a diesel engine. But the first one to have a combustion engine for the surface and battery power for submerged. There you go. Yeah, it's not a diesel boat, it's a gas boat. It's a petrol boat. You might call it in Europe. I mean, this thing has everything, okay? It has Whitehead torpedoes that it can launch. Has a gasoline engine for surface running and a battery for submerged running. USS Holland here. It's got everything. Who needs a yacht? Yeah. $64 tons. 63 feet long. About 20 meters. Dynamite gun? What are we doing? Man, they were wild in the 1890s, dude. 1900s. They were wild, and I mean the entire early 20th century. I want to go back. I want to time travel to the like 20s just so that I can ride on the intercontinental Zeppelin service. Hopefully not the Hindenburg, but, you know. I mean, I would say the first proper submarine, the first useful submarine, is going to be USS Holland. That's what I would say. Oh, a Kula. Very nice. Yeah, really, you're waiting for this to happen. Waiting for the electric batteries to come around. Because before that, you're stuck with trying to make fucking hydrogen peroxide work, and we still haven't quite figured that out. Yeah, it all comes down to your definitions. The first entirely electric powered one. Dude, the year 1900 is when all the navies commissioned their first submarine in 1900, it seems. Except for the Germans, they were a little bit behind, I think. So yeah, the first modern militarily useful submarine, 1900. Or you could say 1896 if you want to count that. But it wasn't commissioned until 1900. The first submarine that can move underwater, as far as we know, 1640. Sorry, 1620. There you go. Alright, so anyway. Narwhal, pretty common name in that Wikipedia article. I think it's going to be my choice. But yeah, I think in the base game they went with the 950-foot number. Which is pretty limiting. Yeah, no problem. Pretty limiting. Oh, damn. That's even deeper. Honestly, the Trafalgar class is the best choice, but save that for the British campaign. As a depth charge damage a sub? Well, I mean, it is interesting because if you tried operating by the same principle in the air, in the atmosphere, you wouldn't accomplish that much because air is, of course, compressible, and air will convey a shockwave. In fact, it's one of the main ways that nuclear weapons in particular do damage is through a ridiculously powerful shockwave through the air. Like supersonic shockwave. The blast front, as it's called at that point. But with normal explosives, like the concussion in air might do some damage to humans and other squishy bits. But you're not going to do a whole lot to like if an artillery shell hits 5 feet away from a tank, the concussion is not going to be a problem. The shrapnel might be, but the concussion, don't care. Water, however, is not compressible, transfers these shockwaves much more effectively. Which means if a depth charge explodes 5 feet away from a submarine, that is bad news. Because, well, you can essentially think of it as the pressure hull is rated for a certain pressure, and you are exposing it to a shockwave of a substantially higher pressure. Plus whatever the pressure is for the depth that it's at, so. Yeah, I'll accept the speed as a handicap. I like the smaller boat, quieter boat. These are all things I identify with. It's not the size of the boat, after all. How's it going, Ronald? Some kind of buckaroo. Yeah, he's got that movie star smile. Death of German Secretary Leonid Brezhnev should result in considerable debate behind the Kremlin walls. Last decade has been one of stagnation and increased bureaucratization. There we go. The Soviet Colossus. Constant provocations from the Reagan administration have created an elevated and permanent anxiety concerning American aggression within the Politburo. President Reagan should think this over. It is dangerous. Reagan's an interesting one because he started out pretty hard on the Russians, but then at a certain point he seems to have realized that they're just as scared as we are. Anyway. Yeah, this is a famous thing. It's denunciation of the Soviet Union as an evil empire. It's creepy. I don't know of anyone who would describe Reagan as creepy. You don't like that smile, that embodiment of geniality? Come on now. Maybe it's the art style. But yeah, the 1984 scenario is a little bit more. Honestly, I think we're just doing it because that's the year that Hunt for Red October takes place. But it's a little more of a like out of nowhere type deal. Because I've said this before, but 1968, you got Czechoslovakia, you got Vietnam, you got widespread protests in the United States, multiple assassinations in that year. So, anyway. The Soviet Air Force shoots down a Korean Airlines aircraft over the Sakhalin Islands. Did this happen? Politburo issued a statement claiming that Flight Cal 007 was on a spy mission on behalf of the United States. Oh, the airliner was on a spy mission. We regard this as a deliberate provocation to test our military preparedness, or even an attempt to provoke a war. Tensions between Washington and Moscow are now elevated to a degree not seen since the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. Deliberate imperialist provocations. Is Russia associated with a bear? Yes. Russia is often personified as a bear. Not personified. But, you know what I mean. The Russian bear. It's America's animal. I mean, JFK's assassination is failed and it becomes a US civil war? How? How? I mean, the US was maybe close to a civil war in 1968, but really not that close. But those divisions haven't really started to take root in 1962. Or 63 is when the assassination was. Oh, so like part of the government did it? I mean, I don't know. I'm having a hard time thinking of any countries that are referred to in the same way that you would refer to the Russian bear. Like you might do the same thing for the American eagle, the embodiment of freedom or whatever, but it's not the same. Like it's more similar to how Churchill refers to the sleeping giant who's been woken up when he's talking about America. That's more the way that Russia is referred to as a bear. I don't know. Deployment of new Pershing II nuclear ballistic missiles has commenced in locations around West Germany. Medium-range tactical nuclear missile. Independent political analysts agreed that the continuous escalation of the arms race, each side's fears of the other side's technical superiority, and the strong anti-Soviet rhetoric of the Reagan administration all adds up to a volatile situation. Moscow's latest threat to withdraw from further arms control negotiations is seen as a particularly disturbing turn of events. The question looming over Europe is how the Soviet Union might react should it consider its diplomatic options to be exhausted. Yeah, no, it's not the same. It's not the same. Because the bear is almost... like, the bear is Russia. Russia is the bear. Which is kind of unusual. Lieutenant General James B. Williamson. Oh, Able Archer. This did happen. There was a thing with Able Archer where they thought this was real. And somebody in the decision loop had to be like, okay, maybe let's hold off on launching the missiles and see what's actually happening. I don't know the details. They actually believed the United States was preparing for a first strike nuclear attack using the exercise as a cover. Thus, Soviet strategic nuclear forces were placed on high alert for at least a week. Oh, we're bringing Thatcher into this. Well, there are playable British submarines, so Thatcher's on the table. Years of terse anti-communist rhetoric, deployment of advanced new nuclear weapons, and the outspoken ideological friendship between President Reagan and British Prime Minister Thatcher is said to have caused considerable fear among the Soviet leadership. Soviet infantry, AMD armored units, supported by strike aircraft, today stormed through the Fulda Gap, as we always said they would. A surprise attack that we've been waiting for decades. Initial negotiation attempts rapidly broke down, and a state of war has officially been declared between NATO countries and the Soviet Union. Convoys loaded with men, materials, and arms have already begun to cross the Atlantic. President Reagan addressed the nation, stating, "The full might..." Hang on. I can't do a Reagan, man. I can try. The Swedish Tiger. I think I have heard of that. Almost like a, not a resistance symbol, because there was no occupation of Sweden, but yeah. I mean, the British are associated with lions quite often. Because that was in somebody's coat of arms. Well, I mean, you have Richard III, the Lionheart, right? I mean, Canada has an association with a tree, so there's that. The full might of the United States Army, Marines, Air Force, and Navy be brought to bear on this unprovoked attack. Mr. Gorbachev, please stop this war. Devs of this game are Australian? I believe it. Green 1-1. Iceland and the Faroes. Campaign points starting at 300 again. Alright. Okay, well... Well... Tubulus Castle? What is that? I suppose good luck though. Does that mean sleep? I feel like we could try the harpoons on somebody. Oh, it's... I don't spend a lot of time in the desert. I see. I mean, hopefully I won't have to expend 2 of these on every goddamn target, like with the Mark 37s. So I'll stick with this layout. All right. Gonna have to adjust to the new ways that things are. But yeah, I don't remember how long ago I turned the coffee on, but I'm gonna go get some. I just remembered. So Elfie, I think last time you had asked about a submarine with tracks on it. And I have news for you. I have news. Not legs, but tracks. I think this was already a submarine design, a mini sub design with like 2 torpedoes slung underneath, but then they added tracks. That's the only picture on Wikipedia. Gasoline engine, just like the Holland. Actually smaller than Holland. 14 meters as opposed to 20. And 35 tons as opposed to 60 something. But yeah, it was just one prototype. And the issue, the revolving, yeah, it's like the it's like the first animal that started crawling up on land. Its fins slowly developing into legs. Two-man crew. Ten knots on the surface, 8 knots submerged. On land, it could be equipped with flamethrowers or machine guns. Oh, man. The submarine performed well underwater, but was considered underpowered on land, and the tracks were too narrow. More powerful engines were planned for later models, in addition to wider tracks to spread the load and decrease ground pressure. I see. Not very sneaky. Vice Admiral Helmut Hay disagrees. Can land on foreign shores, commit acts of sabotage. You know, as a the main problem is it can only carry 2 people. That's the main problem. But as like a Navy SEAL type, like swimmer delivery vehicle, well, you don't even have to swim at that point. You just drive up onto the shore, hide it somewhere, do your special forces mission. And I think it has enough range with its gas engine to actually get somewhere. Should be nice. But yeah. Ran into issues with the tracks being too narrow. Probably stability issues. I mean, the last thing you want. Certainly don't want to tip your submarine over once it's up on land. Long legs that can tiptoe. How is that going to work, mechanically speaking? Crab sub win. It all comes back to crabs, doesn't it? bearing
Sonar
226.
lost contact. Last bearing 22.
Rig shift for ultra quiet.
What do you mean not fitted? Towed decoy. Okay, but this is the array. The fuck is a towed decoy? Alright, I need to... There's a lot that's gonna happen here. No layer.
Make depth 400 feet. Dive I.
What was it, 226?
Come left to 226. Helm I.
A little bit bigger than the sturgeon, but not by much.
Con, helm, steady course.
Con, dive at 400 feet. Dive I.
Con sonar new contact bearing 234. Designated Sierra 1.
That's in November. Oh, but we got a lot of new shit in the recognition book, don't we?
Con sonar Sierra 1 is classified as submerged submarine.
So they still got the set 65. You know, if we forget about the speculation of the actual numbers, the in-game test depth for the narwhal is 1,320 feet, which I think this pretty much works out to 400 meters. But anyway, and that's only 120 more than the Los Angeles class. However, when the main Soviet torpedo implodes at 1,312 feet, but I think it's not always. I think it sometimes does, but not always. It's a chance. Then that 120 feet different starts to look a lot more important. That's all I'm saying. We got any ship Tomahawks. Very well. The warhead is twice, on these is twice that of the Mark 37. The game does think that they go 55 knots for fucking 30 to 40,000 kiloyards. And the harpoons.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1. Last bearing 224. Contact faded.
And the land attack Tomahawks. But yeah, we got all kinds of, got the tangos, the kilos. Speaking of which, the one in Novorossiysk, however you pronounce it, appears to have not been sunk. The Russians posted some imagery to that effect. But it's almost certainly been damaged. Which means we still don't have a submarine that's been sunk by hostile action. Arguably, the one in the Falklands doesn't even count because it was like damaged and then captured by the British and then sort of scuttled, but what actually happened is a little bit murky. I mean, it was sunk, but only after being captured. So, again, it comes down to definitions. And then, in the current ongoing Black Sea situation, there was 1 kilo, which is, the Black Sea is really like why the Russians have kilos. I guess that in the Baltic. But Russia's a very interesting example of a country that kind of needs both kinds of submarines. Because they have these confined waters where there's no point in having a nuke boat, but then also the Northern Fleet, based out of Murmansk, and then also the Pacific situation. In those areas, you really want nuclear submarines. Want your little island? What little island? Shit, what's it called? Gotland. Right. Gotland is not that little of an island. I mean, isn't Kaliningrad enough? What do they need Gotland for? But yeah, so in the Black Sea situation, there was 1 kilo that was in dry dock in Sevastopol, and that was hit with like missiles, but not sunk because it was in dry dock. I think it was declared a total loss, so it's lost to enemy action, but not sunk to enemy action. And then the most recent one did not sink, but is most certainly damaged. And the explosion was towards the aft end of it, so the propulsion system is, I would say, more likely than not out of commission. And the only dry dock they can go to be able to fix that is the one in Sevastopol where the other one was hit, so. But still, none of them have been sunk. A Black Friday siege. Everybody's trying to get in. Okay, 10 knots. Oh, he is shallow. That sounds about like Walmart. Black Friday. Dude. $5,000 yards? Did they get quieter? Maybe they did get quieter. I mean, like the sturgeon, for example, is quieter in 84 than it was in 68. Oh yes, I've heard about that festival or whatever. Seems like a cool time. But I think there was a battle there in like the 1300s, I want to say. And that's where a lot of the archaeological evidence from that particular time comes from.
Make turns for 15 knots. Maneuvering aye. Make turns for 20 knots. Maneuvering aye.
Well, I'm in their baffles. Let's
Make turns for 25 knots. Maneuvering aye.
let's learn some things about the narwhal here. Seem to not be cavitating at 400 feet,
Maneuvering. Making turns for 25 knots.
which is nice. With the sturgeon, I had to go down to 450.
Make depth 350 feet. Dive aye.
Con
Probably.
sonar. We are
Oh,
cavitating.
it is
Make depth 400
like
feet.
exactly
Dive aye.
400 feet. Okay.
Con, dive at 400
Oh god,
feet.
you have
Sonar. No longer cavitating.
you have Öland, however you say that version of O, but then you also have Öland to the north. How do you keep those two straight? But Öland with the A, the special A, that one's the one that I think back in the day there was some controversy between the Finns and the Swedes over that one.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
But yeah, we can just about... just about make 400 meters work. 400 feet, sorry. Is Olan finished now? Because I think it used to be. Used to be fighting over it. Follow-up question. Why do you need so many different fucking ways to say "oh"? Like, why not just use the letter O and then you can say it differently, depending on the context. Just use the letter O. What's the problem? I mean, you got the normal O, you got the O with the umlaut in German terms, 2 dots over it. You got the O with the cross through it. You got the A with the circle over it, which is also an O. Why? Why do we need so many O's? I don't understand. Oh, so you don't have that one in Swedish? Okay. 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 My bad. I'm sorry. There's only 3 O's. My bad. Apologies. But Danish and Norwegian, I think, they don't have the one with the umlaut, but they do have the one with the cross through it. Is that also an O? Or is that actually an A? Explain yourself.
Make turns for 2, 5 knots, maneuvering I.
Come right to 2, 4, 7, helm I, con, helm, steady course.
Con, maneuvering, making turns for 2, 5 knots.
A. Okay, well. I mean, never change. That's all I'm saying. Never change. Those languages
Ring ship for ultra quiet.
are very adorable.
Con, sonar,
Got 'em.
regained, contact on, Sierra 1, bearing 2.
Come left to 2, 3, 3, helm I.
Make turns for 5. Make turns for 6 knots, maneuvering I. Make turns for 8 knots, maneuvering I. Make turns for 9 knots, maneuvering I.
Yeah, they definitely put some work into making these Novembers quieter.
Make turns.
Also, this one's
1,
going 10 knots,
0
which
knots.
helps.
Maneuvering aye. Make turns for 1 knots. Maneuvering aye.
Angels? Okay. I gotcha. And what is the... Isn't the A with the circle over it like the most O? Like the deepest O? Like like... No, that's not quite right. Like it's the most, I don't know how to describe it. It's the most O. Like the O in, like the double O in look or something maybe. It's just so many O's.
Turns for 1 knots. Maneuvering aye.
So many O's, man. It is the deepest? Okay. Low. Okay. Okay, that's a good one to keep in mind.
Make turns. Make turns for 4 knots. Maneuvering aye.
I just realized when I had his position at 5,000 yards, I could have just fired. Because... Because we got the fucking Mark 48 now. That's alright. So, follow-up question. Are these letters in the alphabet, and what do you call them? Or is it like... Because like in German you don't have separate letters. It's just that the umlaut is something that you do to the letter. Or to the vowel, I should say. A stone banner? What does a stone banner do? Melee damage reduction. Well, maybe you won't lose so many guys next time.
Come right to 239
They're called their names? What are their names? Did you just say the sounds?
Con, helm, steady course.
Yeah, we do not need to be this close.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
But here we are. You're prepared to witness the power of the Mark 48?
Con, fire control, lost the wire.
Shit. Probably acquire anyway. And so it has. Look how fast it is.
Con, sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 236. Contact breaking up.
Kills him in one shot. I mean... everything I was bitching about with the Mark 37. All my problems are solved. This does not help LFI. This does not help. What are their names? You can't just put the letters that I don't understand and be like, oh, we just call them this.
Con, torpedo room, tube 1 ready.
Oh yeah, guten Tag. I ran into a German guy this summer when I was on vacation. Because I took a picture of his group for him, and we were like, and my brother and I were like, where are you from? And he's like, oh, I'm from Germany. And I was like, oh, yeah, yeah. And he's like, yeah, yeah, that's a start. I was like, thanks. Thanks. Nailed it. I can speak German. Alright, hit this one to the south then. Bearing
Rig ship for
061.
ultra quiet.
We've been detected, you say?
Come left to 061, helm I.
You want to learn Welsh? Well, then you'll know how to talk to the elves in The Witcher.
Make depth 150 feet. Dive by.
Con, helm, steady course.
Is it bird or fur? Okay. So you go A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes Y, and then more vowels. Aw. Air and get are two very different sounds, but okay. That's another November.
Con, dive
Nope.
at 150 feet, dive by.
It's a Sierra.
Sonar,
Shit.
Sierra 1 is classified as submerged submarine.
They fucking have me on passive. Where are they at? I'm going below the layer.
Make depth 350 feet, dive by.
Dude, what happened to my sonar advantage? I guess I ran into a Sierra, that's what happened. Okay, now they can't hear me. It must be very close. Well, the games begin, I suppose. German definitely sounds aggressive. So does Russian, I would say.
Con, dive at 350.
Con, sonar, long transient from Sierra 1.
Make depth 500 feet, dive by.
Make turns for.
Con, sonar, we are cavitating. Con, sonar, no longer cavitating. Con, sonar, long transient from Sierra 1.
Yeah, it's quite melodic. Have you ever heard the Swedish Chef? You know. He's got his fucking toad array out. He defected? I don't think so if he's shooting at me.
Con, sonar, launch transient from Sierra 1.
Con, maneuvering, making turns for. 2.
Con sonar, torpedo in the water. Torpedo in the
Motherfucker.
water. Bearing 0, 8,
Of course, the
6.
torpedoes have a much bigger range than they used to.
Passing 500 feet.
This is where the fun begins.
600 feet. Passing 700 feet. Passing 800 feet. Passing 900 feet. Passing 1,000 feet. Passing 1,100 feet.
The perfect example of Swedish.
1,200 feet.
Very well, if you say so. So personally, I've been looking at Norwegian a little bit. And if you want an adorable language, then there you go. But it's very interesting to me to see the similarities and differences. It's like, oh, that's the same word, it's just spelled different. Sometimes not even spelled different. Ah, shit. Got me again. Of course, he's got the fucking spicy torpedoes, too.
Make depth 1350 feet. Dive by.
This fucking shit, dude.
Passing 1,200 feet. Passing 1,100 feet.
Oh, please, please get hit by your own fucking torpedo. Please do.
Passing 900 feet.
I think it's acquired. What's the seeker range on these?
Passing 800 feet.
But the seeker range is like a mile.
Passing 700 feet. Passing 600 feet. Passing 500 feet.
I'm not sure which. They have way too many types of torpedoes, dude.
Passing.
But I need to figure that shit out if I'm gonna do the Soviet campaign. So
Passing 300 feet.
I got his own torpedo to acquire on him. Let's go.
Passing 200 feet. Passing 100 feet.
Let's go, dude.
for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, noisemaker, bearing 060.
It's gonna come back. Yeah, it's acquired again. Love to see it.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 029.
Wasn't fooled that time. Well, controls look better in DotMod. I don't even remember what they look like in vanilla, so I'll take your word for it.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 044.
Where am I? Oh, right here. Three buttons which open up the things
Lost contact. Sierra 1. Last bearing
on
1.
the left side.
03. Contact faded.
Are you talking about the vanilla?
Con sonar regained
Incentives.
contact on. Sierra 1. Bearing 194.
Shoot 2-3. Aye, sir. Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Well, zone torpedo didn't get him, but it sure gave me an opportunity. That is. What is the
Con
secret
sonar,
range on these?
noisemaker bearing 2.
Oh,
0,
God.
8.
I thought the Soviet secret range was a lot. This shit is 3,000 yards. Okay.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1. Last bearing 197. Contact breaking up.
All right.
Make depth 500 feet. Dive on.
Get away from these torpedoes.
Con sonar, we are cavitating.
Con, torpedo room, tube 3.
Con sonar, no longer cavitating.
Con, dive at 500 feet. Dive by.
Well, I was concerned about 25 knots. About being able to evade torpedoes, but seems like we're doing okay. Also not the mission objective. Okay, how about this one?
On sonar, new contact.
Rig shift for ultra quiet.
I think that's a Sierra. Nope. Well, Sierra and a Victor are quite similar.
Con sonar, Sierra 1 is classified as submerged submarine.
Okay, okay. Might be in business.
Come right to 157 Helm I. Come right to 133 Helm I.
No layer.
Make depth 400 feet. Dive I. Make depth 500 feet. Dive I.
If you die out there, you aren't making the cut. Well, in my party, I'm usually going for all archers because
Con sonar, new contact bearing 065.
That's how I
Designated
feel.
Sierra 2.
on the subject. This is probably my mission target then. And so then anybody who's not an archer yet just gets sent into the hellfire, and
Con helm, steady course.
whoever survives gets upgraded. Especially if you have like the perk that where wounded troops get experience.
Con sonar, Sierra 2 is classified as merchant.
Okay, nothing to worry about. Then maybe this isn't my mission target, who knows? Victor 3. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you set 80, which can go much deeper. Optional wake homing, 48 knots.
500 feet. Dive I.
That's an impressive torpedo. Wired, okay, but it also has a seeker. But that's slower, can't go as deep. And then this is wake homing only. And then this is 200 knot Super cavitating torpedo. Dude, the Soviet engineers were wild in. Biggest submarine ever made? You got it. Fastest submarine ever made? Hold my vodka. 200 knot super cavitating torpedo? Why not? Soviet engineers, man. Deepest diving military submarine ever? Sure. So if they fire at me, I'm just gonna assume that it's one of these. And that and that there is no escape. It doesn't have the longest range though. This thing has a longer range for its before it activates, but not familiar with this story. There he is. That is a quiet one too. Surprised I was able to pick it up so easy. Honestly, when we do the Russian campaign, I think the mic is the way to go. It's actually faster than the Akula. The Akula is the quietest nuke boat anyway. But with the mic, you can just like hang out at 4,000 feet and just laugh at NATO. If the ocean is that deep, of course.
Come left to 060, helm I.
Con sonar, Sierra 2 is cavitating.
You mean Sierra
Con
1?
helm, steady course.
Yeah, they sped up all of a sudden. Why?
Come right to 087, helm I.
Shit. Do they have their array out? They fucking do, assholes. Okay.
Con helm, steady course.
The ray's still out, but it's showing... Well, let's shoot the shot then. Might as well.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir.
Yeah, it said minus 50 on the towed array, but now it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know how that works. We'll see. With their towed array, they can almost hear as good as I can without my towed array.
Passing 600 feet. Passing 700 feet.
Deepest? Well, the mic, which I was just mentioning. It's the deepest diving military submarine. Combat submarine.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Passing 800 feet.
How deep? Like 1,000 meters? 4,000 feet? That's a little more than 1,000 meters.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 331.
They don't get the 200 knot supercavitating torpedoes though. That's a shame.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 327.
Passing 900 feet.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 324.
And at 1,000 meters, what you're looking at? 100
Con,
atmospheres?
Fire control, weapon acquired.
Con sonar, lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 322. Contact breaking up.
I'd rather be underneath or above. Depends on the tactical situation. Depends on if there's a layer, right? Because, like, let's say they're above the layer, but I can hear them anyway. Then I can fire my torpedo beneath the layer, so they can't hear it as well, and keep the torpedo beneath the layer until the last moment. Take it by surprise. But there is something to be said for, at the very least, not being at the same depth, so that if they fire back, the torpedo is not looking for you at the correct depth. Although, especially in 1984 with the better seeker heads and everything, and the Russian torpedoes at least know to like go up and down and search the whole water column, so that doesn't help as much. Experiment with the towed array. I think the best reception with the towed array is with it perpendicular to whatever you're trying to receive. I also wonder how fast you can go with the array out. That is long. That's a long boy. Still not at the end. But that's about, on this merchant, that's 8 decibels more reception. Not nothing. In those situations, like when you're looking for diesel boats or whatever, you spawn in and you can't hear shit. This will be the thing to do. That was the objective. All right. Ooh, boy. Okay. They're throwing us right into it. Going after the Kiev, I guess. Enemy escort of surface combatants and or attack submarines. Blue 4-4. That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh, shit, shit, shit. Come back here. Fuck. Come back here. Son of a bitch. I'm not that fast. Can't keep up. Should have taken the 688. Well. Well. That's fine. Minus 14. That makes me wonder how fast they would be going in the actual mission. Like, would I actually be able to keep up with them or not? Again, the 688 would be a advantage there. Green 1-2 and green 1-4. Ransom? I mean, ransom can be useful if you need cash. But, once you get to the point that you don't need cash, then what I do is I just keep all of the enemy lords locked up in one of my castles. So I don't give them to an ally unless my castles are like a million miles away. I put them in one of my dungeons and don't let them out. I don't respond to any of the ransom demands because then they just show up with another fucking army. Just keep them locked up until the war's over. That's my strategy. But sometimes they escape, of course. You're a mercenary? Well, if you're a mercenary, you can donate. Well, you can either accept the ransom demand, or you can donate your prisoners to someone else, and that gives you more influence. You can put them into an allied castle. But if you need the cash, take the cash. Zero 90.
Ship for ultra quiet.
Come left to 090. Helm I.
No layer. Ambient noise 81.
Con sonar new contact bearing 089. Designated Sierra 2.
Not. Well, those are very good conditions, but the fact that they are good is not necessarily good. You take my meaning.
Con sonar
Go into a
Sierra
dungeon.
1 is classified as merchant.
That's also a good way to improve relations with somebody. Just give your prisoners to them. To one of their castles.
Con sonar
Charlie.
Sierra 2 is classified as submerged submarine.
That's what we're looking for.
Con helm. Steady course.
Charlie 1. They seem to not have a Totore, which works for me. It's at 65s. So the Soviet campaign, I think you can start... You should be able to play as a whale, just putting that out there. You know, it's a peaceful life. I think the best boat you can start with is Foxtrot. Which has... the set 65s and then these wake-homing torpedoes. So that's pretty simple. You have an anti-sub torpedo and an anti-ship torpedo. And they literally cannot be used for the other thing, so you have to carry both. Which is kind of a bad idea, but anyway.
Come left to 008. Helm I.
The Tango already has the set 80s, which is like replaces both of those. And then you do have access to this wire guided torpedo if you want to play more American style. Kilo has the same available. Kilo, quietest boat they have.
Con sonar Sierra 1 is classified as merchant.
British
Con
trawler.
helm. Steady course.
Very well.
Come right to 029. Helm I. Con helm. Steady course. Come right to 066 helm I. Con, helm, steady course. Come right to 173 helm I. Con, helm, steady course. Come right to 229 helm I. Con, helm, steady course.
Technically in his baffles. So the strat here is to fire the torpedo across his baffles, come out on the other side, then I'll think I am in a place where I am not.
Shoot 2-3. Aye, sir.
If he even hears it coming at all, that is.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Dude, that seeker range is ridiculous.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 2. Last bearing 2, 4, 6. Contact breaking up.
Con, torpedo room, tube 3 ready.
Man. Just the Mark 48 power fantasy. Well, that was easy. In the last 48 hours, a number of Soviet submarines have been sunk. A number. One. One is a number. Okay, diesel boats. That might be a little more tricky. Blue 47. No, a whole Mark 48 is kind of a waste when it comes to a diesel boat, but I need to talk to a man about a horse. I'll be right back. All right. Bearing 242.
Sonar.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar new contact
I
bearing 2.
surprised I'm
4,
able to hear
6,
that.
Designated Sierra 2.
That is not a diesel plant. It's way too loud.
Con sonar Sierra 2 is classified as merchant.
What's horse talk? Oh, you know.
Come right to 053 Helm I.
Make depth 300 feet. Dive I.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 0.
Yep, strong layer.
4. Contact
Con Helm, steady course.
And they're gone.
Make depth 100 feet. Dive I.
Okay. The orders did say wolf pack, but
Con, dive at 100 feet. Dive I. by.
Got another one.
Con sonar regained contact on Sierra 1, bearing 062.
Why are wisdom teeth called wisdom teeth? That is an excellent question. Maybe because once you're old enough to get them taken out, you've achieved some degree of wisdom. Or maybe that's when you lose your wisdom. Never the same after that. Growing sideways? Hmm.
Con, dive at 350 feet, dive by.
Come right to 119 Helm I.
Yeah, I had mine out when I was like the typical age. Like 17 or something, I don't know.
Come left to 359 Helm I. Con, helm, steady course.
Was I groggy afterwards? Oh boy.
Come left to 331 Helm I. Con,
Don't you know
helm,
it?
steady course.
Con sonar new contact bearing 034. Designated Sierra
Okay,
4.
there's a few of them here. A tango.
Con sonar Sierra 4 is classified as submerged submarine.
There's at least 3. They're always closer than you think. So spooky.
Come left to 281 Helm I.
Make
Go
depth
above the layer.
100 feet, dive by.
Con, helm, steady course.
Con sonar Sierra 3 is classified as submerged submarine.
Yeah, that one's above the layer.
Con, dive at 100 feet, dive by.
Trying to get out of the way. With my very, very large, very low speed turbine. And my lack of made coolant pumps. Well, I have made coolant pumps, they're just not running right now. Haven't seen a Tango yet. Wait, they have 3 propellers. Interesting.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 137. Contact faded.
Submarine hull. I mean, Sweden as an adherent to the doctrine of armed neutrality, an asymmetrical weapon like submarines, good fit for Sweden. It's no wonder they have a history with them. Neptune? Alright, hold on. Back to the Sea Teufel. This doesn't sound like the 1980s. But I'm sure the names get reused. Here it is. Here it is. The Marine Museum. Karlskrona. Nice. Looks like you got some sailing ship type stuff too. So this is the first submarine. We're far behind everyone else. Holland being the first submarine in commission in 1900. And this, oh lord. En ubåt som har tilhørt svenska flåten. Hajen var flottens første ubåt. Or en av... Okay, that's enough. That's enough. 16 Juli 1904. So... not far behind the rest of the world. That's actually before the first German submarine. Because... yeah. They didn't get this one into commission until 1906, so you beat the Germans. Hooty-dooty. Yeah. Beat the Germans. Wait. They still have this one? Shit, man. Did you beat the Danish? I see what's really important to you here. I see what really matters. You know you're in a very early submarine with the depth, with the Tiefen manometer, in this case, only goes up to 25 meters. Down to 25 meters, I should say. See what else I can glean from this one. One 45 centimeter torpedo tube. That would be 18-inch. So later on, pretty much everyone would standardize on 21-inch. Or 533 millimeters. But a lot of the early torpedoes were 18-inch. But just the one tube. Maximal Hastigkeit is 9.5 knots. This is wonderful. Viercylindring. Eight man. I should read Swedish Wikipedia more often. 25 meters is more than enough? If you say so. Alright, so you want to know... I don't know when the Danish got their first submarine. Okay, they do have submarines. Can establish this. Great Nordic War. What a name. Is this... See, I know this as the Great Northern War, but that is quite the story. Okay. Then at this time, it was the Kingdom of Denmark, Norway. I do like how even when you're on the page for like Cornelius Drebbel's little rowboat, even there, you mouse over submarine, it pulls up at Virginia. That's what we're here for. Flievefisken. Okay, here we go, here we go. Here's the Cobben class. Can I get like a list of Danish? I mean, I don't care about active vessels. Do they even have any submarines right now? They're considering reintroducing them. I see. I see. They did have submarines at one point. They had the Cobben class. Same as the Norwegians. Which empire? The Southern Empire? Okay, well this isn't hot, but let's look up. Here we go. Here we go. Preceded by Dickeren. The first Danish submarine. The first Danish submarine or the first Danish submarine built by these people? But this says 1909. So I think you beat him. Western Empire? Okay. Good to know. They, however, have 2 torpedo tubes. So, wait. In 1916, Dickeren collided with a ship, causing the submarine to sink. Everyone apart from the chief, First Lieutenant Christensen, is saved. Oh, I thought it was gonna say 1 man survived, but 1 man died. Okay. One of the first submarines in the world to have radio telegraphy equipment. Here we go. Yep. 1909. So you beat him by 5 years. Oh, I didn't know about this program. The Viking class submarines. Let's restore the Kalmar Union, why don't we? The Cobham class has a different name in Danish service. But this tiny little thing is in this game, in .mod, but it's not playable. Yeah, but none currently. Not in service currently. So the Tango is the better sonar. Of this bunch. But you know what they say. Takes two to tango.
Come right to 148 Helm I. Con, helm, steady course.
But the Foxtrot's actually hearing me better at the moment. For some reason.
right to 160. Helm I. Con, helm, steady course.
Come on, turn back to port. Foxtrot has 3 propellers too, actually. Interesting. There you go, there you go. Put me in your baffles.
Aye, sir. Shoot 4. Aye, sir.
Con sonar, launch transient from Sierra 3. Con sonar, lost contact. Sierra 4, last bearing 202. Contact faded. Con sonar, lost contact. Sierra 2.
Passing 200 feet.
Well, I don't know. Might have to get a little more evasive.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
I thought that he's talking about the enemy's torpedo.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Nice, nice.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 167. Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 165.
Wrong one. Shit.
Con sonar, lost contact. Sierra
You're just
4,
too fast for it
last
to sound good.
bearing 207. Contact breaking up.
Got the other one. Tango.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 165. Con
There
sonar
we go.
lost contact. Sierra 3, last bearing 165. Contact breaking up.
Let's try the toad array, see if we can pick up Sierra 1 again.
Con, torpedo room, tube 3 ready. Con, torpedo room, tube 4 ready.
Con sonar regained contact on. Sierra
well.
1, bearing 186.
That worked. What do you know?
Come left to 103. Helm I. Con, helm, steady course.
Might have heard something. It is coming to investigate.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Let's reel it back in. Reels a lot faster than it deploys. But I guess it deploys at the speed you're going. So. Makes sense. Let's do an experiment.
Passing 300 feet.
Because I'm never going to want to use these anyway, but...
Con, torpedo room, tube 3 ready.
Might as well see how they work.
Passing 200 feet.
Hmm. I would hear the launch. I was gonna try one of the decoys, but yeah, they would hear the launch transient.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 207.
Make depth 300 feet. Dive by. Con, dive at 300 feet. Dive by. by.
This thing goes 15,000 yards. At what speed, though? That would be my question.
Come right to 218 Helm I.
Make depth 300 feet, dive by. Con, dive at 3.
Make turns for 10 knots. Maneuvering I.
I mean, the way that I play, I am never gonna want to carry those around, but I'll find some time to use them.
217 Helm I.
Make turns for 11 knots. Make turns for 12 knots. Maneuvering I.
Make depth 600 feet, dive by. Con, dive at 600 feet, dive by.
Come left to 210 Helm I.
Make turns for 13 knots. Maneuvering I. Make turns for 14 knots. Maneuvering I. Make turns for 15 knots. Maneuvering I.
That's a lot. Bannerlord in a nutshell, really.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Shoot 2-1. Aye, sir.
Mark 48, ladies and gentlemen. Marvel of engineering.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
So, self-oxidizing fuel running a swash plate engine. No, I did not make that up.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 1. Last bearing 198. Contact breaking up.
Con, torpedo room, tube 1 ready.
Got 9 of them left. Made the Navy proud. It was my war. Going a lot better than the last one. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Going a lot better than the last one because of our Lord and Savior, the Mark 48. Tron time. But now I can see how I stack up against the enemy surface forces. Tron time, you say? There it comes. Now this is an opportunity to try out something else. 340.
On sonar, new contact bearing.
Rig shift for ultra quiet.
Con sonar, new contact bearing 045. Designated Sierra 2.
Utiloy.
Con sonar, new contact bearing 039. Designated Sierra 3.
Back.
Con sonar, new contact
One of these have
bearing
tow rays of their own.
032. Designated Sierra 4. Con sonar, new contact bearing 043. Designated Sierra 5. Con sonar, Sierra 3 is classified as merchant. Con sonar, Sierra 6 is classified as merchant. Con sonar, Sierra 4 is classified as escort.
Alright,
Come left to
head to seaward of them.
301 Helm I.
No layer, wonderful. Sovereignty. RBU 6000. Does have SAMs. You said 80s. Okay, this guy. Okay. Well. This guy's gonna be something to deal with. And then, who else? The Utiloy. Also has SAMs. I mean, you would expect a surface escort in 1984. At that point, you better have SAMs of some kind. Interesting. So you got the bullhorn. The Utiloy has better sonar, actually. Alright, well. Let's have some fun.
Con, helm, steady course.
Con, torpedo room, tube 1 ready. Con, torpedo room, tube 2 ready.
Boy. Yeah, this is a whole different game. 20,000 yards and they almost have me on. Well, not almost, but it's only minus 14. Alright.
Con, torpedo room, tube 3 ready. Con, torpedo room, tube 4 ready.
Con sonar, new contact bearing 044, designated Sierra 7. Con sonar, Sierra 7 is classified as merchant.
What is the range on these things anyway? Eight being the minimum to 120,000 yards. 'Cause it's a whole different category of weapon. Alright, well,
Come right to 033, helm aye.
nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's see what happens.
Shoot tube 1. Aye, sir. Shoot.
Con, helm, steady course.
Shoot tube 3. Aye, sir.
So this
Shoot tube 4.
immediately gives away my exact position.
Make turns for 2, 5.
Con sonar, we are cavitating.
Make depth 500 feet. Dive by.
Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go.
Come left 2, 3, 1, 8. Helm I.
This is where the fun begins.
Con, helm, steady course.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 7, last con sonar, no longer cavitating. Con sonar, torpedo in the water, torpedo in the water, bearing 081.
Yeah, that figures.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 5.
Passing 500 feet. Passing 600 feet. Passing 700 feet. Passing 800 feet.
Con, torpedo room 2-1 ready.
Passing 900 feet. Passing 1,000 feet.
Con sonar, torpedo in the water, torpedo in the water, bearing 076.
Passing 1,200 feet. Passing 1,300 feet. Con, knuckle formed.
Jesus
Con,
Christ.
torpedo room 2-2 ready.
Con, knuckle formed.
God damn it, dude.
Con, knuckle formed.
Flooding in the
Son of a
machinery
bitch.
Damage control party. Lane to the machinery space.
Passing 1,300 feet.
Yeah, that went well.
Con sonar, torpedo in the water, torpedo in the water, bearing 147.
Passing 1,100 feet. Passing 1,000 feet. Con, knuckle formed.
That went well. Just give away my exact position. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? shoot my missiles at targets that have missile defenses. So you just shoot them down, and then they know exactly where I am, because that's where we showed up on radar. All right. Hold up. Lars Olaf? Okay, there we go. That's the autosave we need. Elify, I need you to come up with the name for Lars Olav's child. Because Lars Olav, he was a child in 1968. It is now 1984. So I don't think we're trying to protect him anymore. I mean, we are. But like he's a full-grown man at this point. You know, it's 16 years later.
On sonar.
Rig ship for ultra quiet.
Con sonar new contact bearing 034. Designated Sierra 2. Con sonar Sierra 1 is classified as escort. Con sonar new contact bearing 040. Designated Sierra 4.
There we go.
Con sonar Sierra 2 is classified as escort. Con sonar Sierra 3 is classified as escort. Con sonar Sierra 4 is classified as merchant.
Oh, there's a layer this time. It's nice.
Make depth 500 feet. Dive by.
Con sonar new contact bearing 046. Designated Sierra 5.
Con, dive at 500 feet. Dive by.
Björn Harald. Okay.
Con sonar new contact bearing 048. Designated Sierra 6.
We can work with that. Do they surely there are some people in Norway that don't have compound names. But okay. I guess it's a family tradition.
Con, torpedo room, tube 3 ready.
Con sonar Sierra 6 is classified as merchant.
Alright, well here's the strat this time. We use torpedoes. Shit. It'll be fine. So torpedoes at a significant dog leg, so that they don't know where they came from. That's the strat. Baron
Classified
Harold has
as
a brother. Well then, Lars Ola has been busy, hasn't he? You're twins. Oh no. You get if you consider that to be lucky, then I suppose. All right. Let's go ahead and activate this one. Keep him under the layer for now. Krivak can go 34 knots. Utilize 35. Remini 33.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
You always imagine twin boys. Interesting. I know someone who landed themselves twins, and well, lucky's maybe the word they would use.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing.
But perhaps not
9.
completely without irony.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Gotcha.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 048. Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 049. Con sonar lost contact. Sierra.
I figured it out.
Last bearing 049. Contact breaking up.
I mean, again, Mark 48 Power Fantasy. This really is the point where it's like,
Con, torpedo room, tube 4 ready.
two types of ships in the sea: submarines and targets. That's the saying, anyway.
fire control, weapon acquired.
Fired on the suspected location.
Sonar, noisemaker bearing 066.
The general direction of my torpedo, which of course is not where I am.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 065.
Yeah, so these are the flying torpedoes, for lack of a better term.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
I think they all have them.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 065.
Flying fish torpedo? Like one that skips up
Con,
out of the
fire
water?
control, weapon acquired.
Con sonar, lost contact. Sierra 1, last bearing 066. Contact breaking up.
Oh, the countermeasures or decoys. Whatever they call it. They let out like a whole bunch of gas bubbles through some sort of chemical reaction with the seawater. But the bubbles, well, it actually can serve two purposes, because it makes a noise by itself, so a passive seeker might go for it. But the bubbles in the ocean also will reflect a sonar signal, so that can make an active seeker go for it as well. So when they call it a decoy, that's what it is. Makes the torpedo go for it instead of for the submarine. Flies up at the target? What is the target then? Friendly tank cannon. This helicopter is strapped the fuck down. Look at that. Not moving an inch. I mean, the Corvette can't hear me at the moment either, so. I mean, they're steaming at 33 knots, so you won't hear this shit.
Con, torpedo room, tube 3 ready.
Aye, sir.
I'm not sure what the advantage of that would be. Tank cannon. Like one of the main
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
things that makes a torpedo effective is the similar effect to a depth charge, where it like the concussion transmits through the water much better through the air, and then it completely blows in the side of the ship. So an underwater explosion is very much preferable.
Con, fire control, weapon acquired.
Lost him.
Con, fire control,
There we
weapon
go.
acquired.
What a towed ray out. It's going 31 knots. Wonder how that works.
Con sonar, noisemaker bearing 097.
Con, fire control.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 2, last bearing 098. Contact breaking up.
Come right to 049 Helm I.
Con, torpedo room, tube 1 ready.
Where is this? He's just mad because he doesn't have a place to land anymore.
Come right to 041. Make turns for 25 knots. Maneuvering eye.
shift for ultra quiet.
So, since we determined
Con sonar
that the
regained
harpoons
contact
are
on. Sierra
useless
7 bearing 0 4 1.
against escorts that have
Dive at 50 feet. Dive by.
an anti-air capability, I will be expending them on these merchant ships. So I don't have to spend more torpedoes.
Aye, sir. Aye, sir. Aye, sir.
Mermaid's cooler. Maybe the application for this would be if you're, in case your torpedo has a hard time finding an acoustic signature, it could jump out of the water and then it could have a built-in radar like these missiles do, and that can use that for targeting.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 6 last bearing 0 2 8. Contact breaking up.
Calm down.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 7 last bearing 0 3 7. Contact breaking up.
It turns out these are very effective against merchants.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra 5 last bearing 0 4 0. Contact breaking up.
All right.
Aye, sir.
Way to use them up at least.
Con, torpedo room 2-1 ready.
Shit.
Con sonar. Torpedo in the water. Torpedo in the water. Bearing 2
Fuck
5
you.
6.
Passing 100 feet.
Con sonar lost contact. Sierra
Passing 200 feet. Passing 300 feet. Passing
con sonar no longer cavitating.
Con, torpedo room tube 3 ready.
passing 500 feet. Passing 600
Stupid
feet.
helicopter.
Passing 700 feet.
Again, he's just mad because he doesn't have anywhere to land,
Passing 800 feet.
which is fair enough.
Passing 900 feet. Make depth 1300 feet. Dive by.
Con, torpedo room tube 4 ready.
Con
that deep here, is it?
Con, maneuvering.
Missile
Making
mermaid to
turns
deploy.
forward.
I do not
2,
have any
5,
surface-to-air
con.
missiles. That is one major weakness when it comes to submarines.
Con, dive at 1300 feet. Dive I.
I mean, they have taken to keeping fucking man pads, man portable missile in the conning tower, just in case
1500 feet.
you like end up having to surface and you have no other way of dealing with a helicopter.
Con, knuckle formed. Passing 1200 feet.
Yeah, that's all we needed. Works at long range.
Con, knuckle formed.
Nice that we can do that even at 25 knots.
Con, less than 50 feet below the keel. Con, knuckle formed. Con, knuckle formed.
You do not form a knuckle by doing nothing. You have to put the rudder all the way over one way and then all the way the other way.
Con, knuckle formed.
That's what forms the knuckle. One of these days it'll turn in the wrong direction and then we'll be home free. But it is not this day.
Con, knuckle formed. Con, knuckle formed.
There we go. Getting a little close for comfort.
Come left to 032. Helm I.
Con, less than 50 feet below the keel.
Should we go say hi to our friends?
Come right to 105. Helm I.
1,300 feet. Con, less than 50 feet below the keel. Con, dive at 1,300 feet. Dive I.
Yeah, this is the Udaloy.
Make turns for 0 knots. Maneuvering I.
Yeah, the Serenity doesn't have a helipad. Neither does this guy. So I guess there were two. One of them is the one that took off and did something else. All right. What was his name? Got them all. Bravo Zulu. There he is. He's got the same sweater. Must be a hand-me-down. Esbjorn. Yeah, it looks comfy. But see, because they're twins, they had to fight over this sweater because, like, if you had a older one and then you give it to the first child, and then when they grow out of it, you give it to the next one. You know what I mean? It's a hand-me-down. But because they're twins, this Bjorn is 2 minutes older. Oh, the lore deepens. Oh boy, they're coming after him again. One or two ships armed with anti-ship cruise missiles. So those are going to be the Kirovs, I think. The enemy cruise missile ships. The problem is Blue 44. I only have 6 torpedoes, man. I guess maybe it'd be doable. I don't know. He gets the top bunk as well. He's gonna grow up into a real asshole, isn't he? He's gonna think he belongs on top. I think he deserves the comfy sweater. Let me try rearming. See if I have enough time. Alright, let's get rid of this shit. And those. Only Mark 48s. That's all I want. That's all I want, thank you. That might be the strike group in question. Yeah, maybe not. Well, there goes the Nimitz. He definitely always finds the almond. And he always finds the pickle hanging in the Christmas tree. I don't know if you're familiar with that one. Yeah, you're supposed to see who can find the pickle. Or whatever. It's not like an actual... Well, maybe originally it was an actual pickle. Who knows? Or a cucumber, perhaps. Another one, dude. Alright. Well, I'm gonna have to leave it there. We'll decide whether 6 torpedoes is enough to take on the battle fleet with the Kirovs, which is just shown there. Oh, okay. Good tip. Appreciate that. Good to know. But yeah, they're coming after Esbjorn. Amphibious force, and then the battle fleet, and then another amphibious force. Come on now. Another invasion. All right. Well, I need to take a nap or something. But Danish submarines. So yes, you too, LFI. Thank you all for hanging out. And yeah. See you some other time.